Hello? Hi guys. Hi guys, I'm so fashionably late per usual, but I have an excuse. It's because it wasn't working. That's why. Anyway, hello. Meta's always first. He's very faithful in that way. Hi Cookin, hi Warding, Plague Doctor, Chris Digby, the usual suspects really. And let's just hear some tracks, I guess. Like, I feel like tonight will be okay. Tonight will be kind of good. It's just like the vibe I'm receiving. I'm a bit of an oracle, if you will. Alright, terrible start. No.
Represent Bunting. Honor, respect. Out.
People, it's time to party. It's time to flow. It's time to listen music. Get moving, get on the floor.
It's pretty nice. So here's something I'm noticing in the intro. The first thing is I'm just tired of like serum low pass reser sound. I don't know, just not my favorite sound.
It's time to party.
And also it's like the mix almost seems like it's not compressed, but it's kind of like flat. I feel like elements are afraid to stick out. Like you have the horns, they aren't really like punching me like bang dan dan dan, you know, or like, and the sub isn't like a crazy 808, and like the kicks aren't knocking me either, you know what I mean? Like they're hidden and I'm able to hear them all, but I feel like you could just push them harder, more energetic feeling. Another thing I think is important in most tracks is like get your top percussion like really groovy and schmoovable. You know, it's cool to have like complex hi-hats, but I feel like when you go for that, a lot of times you want like a simpler like shaker or straighter hi-hat line. Kind of just lock the groove. Yeah, and similar feedback with the mix like on this wub. Kind of afraid to stand out. Could push more stereo out of it. I have to sneeze though. Help. Another thing that can give this whole thing a little more movement is just more kind of filtery, like low pass, high pass movements. And this is just me being evil, but I want it like 10 BPM faster, secretly. Don't tell Cookin' though. This one's good.
It's time to party.
Yeah, this drop is hard. I'll admit it. think what makes this drop more solid to me, big part is just the arrangement. You know, it changes the sound field. Compared to what's before it, very noticeably. And just the sound is good indeed. Good flow. Still kind of plays off the main progression.
It's time to party.
Again, it feels like it kind of gives off a deep feel with like how subdued the sound is, but also it feels like it's just scared to stick out. Rap. And as that, hello people, hello. Tangy tamarind type beat. Distortion type beat.
Since 1988.
40 times.
40 times.
How many times you say you've been here?
40 times.
Oh my goodness.
Ripping in the terror.
Do your dance. Do your dance. That's what I'm talking about.
I would say one thing that stands out to me, I don't know why this stands out to me, is like the cymatics like dunk or like doof, like dubstep snare. It just sounds very like MP3, and I don't know, I don't like those. Seems a little heavy for what's going on. The other thing is
40 times.
40 times.
How many times you say you've been here?
40 times.
I don't know, and I'll just keep things simpler, you know, there's some cool like little synthy lines and, you know, a bass line underneath it, but they kind of just get out of sync with each other as soon as they start flowing together, you know, and I feel like for people to really get into it, you do need at least like 8 bars of very clear rhythmic repetition.
Oh. That's what I'm talking about.
40 times.
40 times. Oh my
Like
goodness.
just let the main kind of ideas of it freeze, you know. And if you
That's
are
what
going to
I'm
try to
talking
incorporate a
about.
lot of things, just
There's no other place in this
Very
universe
important.
like
Why, I mean, why,
know,
what brings you
vocals at the same
that
time.
many times?
rhythmically,
the wild women.
percussion.
You hear that? You hear that? You hear that? You hear that?
The other thing is, like, you have this bass line, but the phrases aren't really lining up with each other. So the bass line is that's one phrase, and then it repeats and it's like the synth melodies, they aren't quite lining up rhythmically, and they don't really have their cadence at the same time. You know, like what I would think is you have you get what I mean? Kind of have them resolve with each other. You know, outline, have consistent kind of chords outlined, and feel like the phrase kind of ties up around the same time between the elements. So they'll sound more cohesive. Does that make sense? Question mark.
Ripping in the
Just kind of blurs the line too much where
Ripping and the tearing.
I'm trying to feel the phrase.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I'm feeling it more here. It's a lot straighter, makes more sense.
The wild women.
Oh my goodness.
today? For whatever reason, I thought you were like. Also, this track was made in Unreal Engine. It's hyper, like, photorealistic, really. Oh my god, it's season. I've never heard this track before on Feedback Friday. Me if I lie. It's the VIP though. Crazy. I don't know, it just sounds good. It flows. Sound design, mix clean. Variations. Get her done. Drum setting right, side hitting right, I don't know. I said the word. And that was super good. I'd be surprised if a track pleases me more than that tonight. Because it went, I don't know, I don't really have any negative feedback. Like, it's rhythm, you expect it to repeat. And yeah, I felt the variations you did have were sufficient. And I feel that Snilk didn't copy the right goddamn link. Gotta click like little share on a private track. Yeah, but like sound design was cool. Like, I like how, like, the main bass sounded kind of similar throughout. You know, it didn't have any drastic switches, but it's like you can hear the kind of different harmonics on it kind of ringing out, I guess, through like kind of filters and whatnot. And yeah, it had the kind of beep in the background helping the flow. And yeah, it just had good like call response phrases. You know, like every time well, you know, you're tense and that oh, you go that makes sense. I confirmed it. It's public now? Alright. As long as it's public. Dual benches. 3 nuts, 1 dream. Yeah, Audi. I don't know. I'd say maybe you can play the sub a little more and just be a little more careful with the reverb, especially, I mean, not that you make it with this in mind, but through like SoundCloud compression. It almost has like kind of this like phone speaker-ish on the main bass, but sounds passable. Passable even. group. Oh my god. They're just like me. Just give like a little filter opening over all this, and it'll sound that much more cooling. Not all of this, but really feel that open. I like that one. It sounded like he was singing to me, and I wanted to join his chorus earlier. Sounds that crazy? Where's that little sample from? Heard it. Big tense. Big arrangement switch, big like rhythmic. Oh my god. It's crazy. It's insane. Kill yourself immediately. Switch that root note, get the Yeah, that's awesome. One of like the more creative tracks I've heard in a minute, and like it actually does it well. It's not just like I'm different. It's like let me show you something different. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, I was just thinking, it just ends up sounding tense. We get root notey for bass stuff, but when all this melodic stuff in here, I really feel like is a you see, you have that kind of progression that will give it a lot more of a phrase, especially for just kind of repeated piano lines. You know, and it almost feels like kind of like unsatisfying. It's like bam, 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 you know, just kind of to the end. I was just hoping it would kind of break down into that a little more. And someone said about it sounding thin. I don't think it sounds too thin. I don't think it needs to sound super aggressive for what it is. But I think could have more low end and probably just push a little more saturation out of these kind of main mid bass elements. Yeah, acoustic. I was also thinking, yeah, the piano sounded a little MIDI, which I didn't mind too much here. You kind of started to play off the MIDI-ness. But when you're like in this build and then you're just like MIDI, ding, I feel like that interrupts the flow a little bit. And it's just so much louder than everything else. Wow, 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 wow. Maybe a little reverse piano instead into it. And I'll maybe EQ this piano a bit more. It just sounds a lot like warmer and midier than everything else, which maybe you want the rest kind of warmer and a little midier, or the piano could get a little scoop. Another thing, if when you're having these big sustain beats, yeah, I really just want to feel those crazy style. You know what I mean? No. I don't know. Really just saturate them, see how you can layer them harmonically. Maybe like a little chord layer on it. But what I was thinking in the first place is a little more side chain on those hits, so you really feel the, you know. I feel like that sidechain duck makes things hit a lot smoother, sustain-wise. You have 5 minutes and 30 seconds to submit a track. Oh my God. This good, I feel so tense, but like in a healing type of way. He's been hanging out with buckets too much, really. I'm impressed. I don't hear a lot like this from you, and you did it well. What kind of lost me, I didn't like the build that much. Like, I thought you had such good, like, melodic, like, audio effect, like, filter opening, dynamic, whatever feeling, tension here. Like, everything felt like it was opening up, then you're like, alright, so build, we're just gonna, like, do the drum thing. You could have done, like, more of, like, that, or, like, I don't know. Just got a little, like, dry, and just, was kind of just bam, 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 versus this just felt very amorphous, pushing. Like maybe just like pitch bend the sustained up instead of just hitting bam, dan, dan, you know. And this part just felt a little long in the first place. Kicks hard, but maybe a little too hard secretly. Same with clap. I'm gonna say I feel like you can like distort they sound just like a little more as a treat for me. And an easy way to get a little more variation would just be to layer like an octave or like fifth harmonic on this main bass. Can also, I feel like there's spaces that you kind of like leave to silence or just kind of a break when you maybe could, you know, just give into that breath and give it a bit more fill, interest, you know. If I were to like say too many words for what I need to. Yeah, this is a really cool track. So I mentioned like all this drum content is very transient, which can be a good thing, but I feel like it's a little distracting from like the wobble chords and these more like intro break points. You know, I'm trying to hear them and they're just like kind of like popping in my ear. And honestly, like I feel like if you just kind of bring up the wobble chord more, maybe I'll be happy with that. But I don't know, I'm a weird guy sometimes. The other thing is like honestly, my least favorite sound here, and I'm a hater for it, is just like kind of like phaser or saw. This sound. I just feel like it doesn't have as much depth as the other sounds. What I'd maybe do is layer more phasers or just more, kind of generate more harmonics in it. You know, because I think that's what makes sound feel deep. It has a lot of rich, interesting harmonics. You know, and or like subtle like filter, notch movement stuff. You know, I mean, then it isn't quite as sustained, but I don't know. More distortion can also give it more interesting harmonics. I don't know, maybe like stereo width or something. I don't. Yeah, that's just the sound that stands out to me. I guess it could stand out in a good way because of contrast, but I don't know. Maybe not. Have you ever considered? And what else? There's like one other thing. Good job. One thing is like, I don't know why I don't like this in tracks because I have no reason not to. But when it's like so high paced, I feel like it's like, you know what I mean? There's no real kind of like breathing room in it ish. You don't always need. Maybe you want it like full force, like crazy style, but I don't know. I just feel like a really spaced out section, not so driving rhythmically, could really create some crazy tension for when you bring it back and maybe try to switch things up a little more. If Warding feels that, you know I'm on one. Okay. This is your last chance to submit a track. This is the very last chance. Get it in. Swamp has been feasting during feedback lately. I'll be the first to say it. No, I'm not the first to say it. I'm late to this train. Okay. I'm saying it, no moss, in the tongue of my people. Some of the better, like, color bass-ish stuff I've heard here. Section needs sauce. Cool. That was cool. So this first drop sounded pretty clean despite so loud. I don't know, but I hear it on here too. I just think there's too much OTT usage. I know, crazy. You can especially hear it on like this like layer. I just hear like it's screaming OTT to me, and I don't like it. I'd be saying like a little less OTT, a little more EQ, and like different types of like distortion, saturation. Turn up the time, turn down the amount, stuff like that. The other thing is, this is smaller. This intro hits. I feel like some of the sound effects are a little loud. Also, like your little vibey chiptune lead. I feel like you could give the pads a little more release, and maybe like give it a bit of that like pitch warble, like RC20 whatever effect that could make it hit better, vibier, a little delay. Yeah, and that can also help fill it up more, so it's not just ban, din, din, din. Silence, silence, silence. You know, can ring it out longer, which could fill up that. And the other thing is, this will kind of come with mastering, but yeah, the drop is just way louder than the build. And I would say that would almost be better if the build wasn't so kind of, I mean, the drop wasn't so kind of bricked. It might be harder to kind of get them more even when it's just there's this big of a contrast even through mastering, you know. And this here, I just wanted like more variation. Like I feel like you could have added just like one ARP or something, and that would have satisfied. Rub. Blonde edit. Oh, so what? I was gonna say like moldy. I don't know what that is. I don't trust that. Seeping wet clap. Okay. You're kind of crazy for this? Crazy. Super hard, I would say. I feel like maybe you can give the sub a little more harmonic on this, just a hair, I don't know. Yeah, that was crazy. The drops were crazy. Didn't really entice me with the parts that were not the drops though. And it just, yeah, it just didn't. Didn't really feel clear tension. Wasn't really something for me to groove with. And I don't know, I didn't feel like it kind of fit the vibe of what the drop is going for. I just think like a little more, I guess effect-wise, like I guess risers can get you there. Some type of melody, you know, filter opening stuff can be nice for that tension. You know, it almost feels like, okay, we have atmospheric sec, and then like a rap, and then it's like, okay, there's a drop. I don't know. I can't think of what's specific to say. Just kind of tension and just musical ideas of non-drop parts just didn't catch me. What do I say? How do I explain that? How? And there's just like a lot of like ambient sound, a little too much. Kind of interfering with what I hear. Yeah, and there's just not really a clear phrase. It's kind of just sounds, not a clear like bar count. You know, even if there's like intro sounds, usually they're like, okay, every bar we have a sound. You know, where this isn't necessarily that. You know, got to be some element of predictability. And the fact that you could have maybe teased more like it coming up to this rap instead of just like, okay, we got sounds, now there's a rap surprise. Like the best surprises are ones that you like hype up a little bit, you know. And just not like the musical idea here would just be the kind of rhythm and the flow of the verse, and that's not really emphasized. You know, the sound effects kind of start taking over. I would say like I like this sustain. But like this wub sounds very Feedback Friday core to me. If I were to be delusional for a minute. And the saw the here a little less so. Still a little bit. Something. Give me something. Same drop. Yeah, what would I do to this sound? I don't know. Just don't make it from one of my tutorials. No. I don't know. You know, I feel like something like a little more hissier, a little more subdued, like harmonic. You know, because like when I hear this type of bass, it sounds like someone was going for like a harmonic bass, but they just kind of like grabbed a wavetable and were like, this is good enough. I don't know. I don't know. We don't always need to use the FM sine wave harmonic bass, but I feel like that's kind of what is desired here. And someone said more sidechain. I think that could be cool. Kick's also just kind of obscenely loud for things, and yeah, the sidechain could give that pump and schmoove. I'm not digging sufficient. Yeah, and give me something here. I like even just kind of like riser type idea thing starting when it gets here. We'll get that done for the most part. And same with here. And I mean, it is, yeah, it's not, it's like, same thing. Give him the journey he desires. You know who he is. Also, just be extra careful with the layers. Maybe kind of compress those background layers.
Yes, hello. I was wondering if you could play that song again.
Which one, man?
The one that goes.
Riser sound and cymatics type beat. Riser sound. Alright, Riser. Very fitting for the image type beat. Very wacky type beat. I think a big thing is just the mixing here. That's what kind of stands out. Riser, I said sounds somaticsy. I'm a hater for that. But I don't know, like you have funky stuff, like just funk it up with like the rubber. And yeah, mix wise, the kick is obscenely loud and just like cymatics transient kick. I gotta chill on cymatics for a minute. Snare's kind of nice though. And also you have this like huge Haas effect on your bass, which is alright. I would just see if you could see how much bigger or different it could sound just with a little more mono mixed in, or maybe a little more even like hyperdimension stereo width instead of like panned. I believe it's my kick. That doesn't mean I have to like it. But yeah, if it's like too transient sound, you could roll off the attack, or just don't process it a ton. Yeah, sidechain on deep. It's a banger. Yeah, and I think, yeah, you could just kind of rebalance the stuff. Probably want the sustain bass a little more up, that little whistle, just slightly further back compared to that, and that like big stereo Haas layer just a little closer to the sustain, if that makes any sense. Scent. Oh, we like funky and trappy on the beat.
He said, is it not written in your law? I have said ye are gods.
I got calling. Too many horns. I feel like this is trying to be a high production value type beat, and what could push that further. So in the drop, more stereo width. You just want it to really sound bigger before. And also you have this like zap sound. You know. I gotta sneeze. Wait. Okay, but what I was saying was this zappy sound that happens a lot. It just sounds like very flat. It just repeats the same every time, almost like a sample. I would give it kind of different filter movements. You know, it's you have it kind of like filters in and out instead of just always plucking every time. It can pluck in and fade back in. You know, that'll give things more flow. And could push that kick a little harder. See how much you can clip it without me being upset. And also the brass stabs, like they have a nice melody, but I feel like they're doing a little too much for brass stabs. You know, if you had a kind of lighter instrument, then like you can get away with the melody you're doing. But I just feel like it's a little too excessive. It's just like hitting me nonstop. And it breaks through a little craziness. You know, you can even go down. If that makes sense. You know, switch that line between two instruments, and then could maybe make that even more saucy.
I'm a god, nigga.
And I've heard worse over level, but you could probably simplify it. Another thing I would say, and this goes to everyone, but I especially hear it in here, is like, love yourself, dude. No, that's important too, but that's not what I was gonna say. What I was gonna say is, like, you notice just how, dare I say it, like the bass patches, like the drop arrangement just sounds a little like amateur-ish, you know? It's the way it is. Okay, we can hear it. And I said this already, you know, don't have the patches just repeat every time, you know, give them different movements, you know, it goes then have warp or whatever, you know, like go down then up, etc., right? And just a realization I had, I guess a long time ago now in dubstep is like, you notice like a lot of the pros drops sound very like amorphous, you know, while like your drops might sound very like rigid, and that's the reason. It's because you're sticking so much into these single like one-shotty patches. Well, not to like shoddy, like one shot, like patches, instead of kind of automating things, getting out of that just LFO box, you know. Automation is the biggest thing. You know, you get what I mean though. I remember like watching like the AU5 hypergrowl tutorial. This is how I had this realization. And he was like, all right, I made the growl. Now if you just like add some auto, like put it together, it sounds like this. And like he just like made a crazy like amorphous type beat, And I was like, how do you do that from the ground patch? And then I was like, oh, it's because he's not just playing it, he's actually like automating it like a smart guy. So there's my story. Like and subscribe for more information like this. Only on buntingmusic.com for more. https:/. Alright, we're gonna watch Hypergrowl. I could pull it up. It's a pretty good illustration of that. Lovely. It's fitting the vibes of the image. Gotta bust it crazy to this. Percussion, foolish. Are they chanting? Is this the Avatar soundtrack? With the blue guys? Hard. Yeah, this part was nice. Just the vocal gives me major, like, almost too much movie score vibes to the point I'm like, all right, bro. And I'm evil for that. That's one of my many sins. Also, I was feeling like you had this kind of opening up feel here, but felt like you could have amped that up a little more. Sheltering dynamics, getting little like reverse reverb of this cool like pluck guy. Percussion went crazy here. I don't often like feel softs emitting from like purely percussion, but the softs has permeated me willingly. Yeah, and the frequencies get a little crowded here, you know, like the vocals are in the high range. The leads are in the high range, you have like kind of chords in the high range, and the Reese has stuff creeping up all in this like 1K-ish range, you know, where like vocals sit. So you might want to watch that and get it extra crisp. You know, like I've been kind of like creeping on everything. And I've truly awakened to my true nature now. What I mean by that is I tell people to like EQ their stuff, like create pockets in their frequency ranges so stuff sits well together, but I didn't really do it myself a lot because I was like, okay, I just scooped like the highs out of the sound and now it sounds worse. But I'm realizing like together, you got to listen together, not in isolation a lot of the time. You know, and I'm glad I've been like scooping pretty heavy on the EQ or whatever. Okay, there's my next life lesson. All right. Time to watch some actual good content now.
Hey.
No, what I was talking about was yeah, you can watch the video. It's pretty crazy.
We can.
But you see at the end, see everyone's replaying that because they're like, "How do you do that?" Oh damn, that harmonic's crazy as fuck.
Turn on your filter for oscillator B.
Okay, he makes the growl, right? But then I saw him make this, and I was like, "How do you make that from the growl?"
This is some of the sounds you can get from using this technique.
Yeah, you see what I mean? Look, I mean, he told you what he's doing. It's 3 serum tracks plus automation. But like at the time I was seeing this, like my shit was sounding mid-pack. Like, and not much has changed since then. No. But it was just sounding very rigid, like sampley, amateur versus like very amorphous like this. Like really automation is key, is the thing on this. And I mean, what he did, I mean, you can watch the video. He just has, well, you can see what he's macroing. He has macros for like filter amounts. Just watch the video. You're into that. But yeah, the arrangement is harder to teach than sound design, unfortunately, which is why I don't make a ton of videos on that, and the videos I make on that flop, because nobody wants to hear about phrasing. They want to hear like how they make their wub even fatter. We really live in a society. Just try it, like you gotta try it. Tip. That's what I'm saying. Get me a pack or two. Am I right, brother? Lyrical music, speaking facts, really. Play the full range of your instrument. Yeah, I think when I put out more videos, they're going to be focusing more on musical ideas and phrasing and arrangement versus sounds, even if people don't care as much. Because I know the people that do care, it means a lot. Let the sound fiend for sound. This is crazy. Really, like, I was thinking about this. Really, like, what separates you from, like, the top artists and your idols is not your sounds. It's really not. Yeah, that was cool. One thing, this beat was just screaming to me to have like little tonal chorus delays, you know, like you freeze the frequency in vital on the vital chorus and give it some feedback. I feel like that would really like, it will get it a little rhythmy-ish, but I feel like what's kind of just how flowy and choppy things are, it'll really just add some sauce, you know, make things flow into each other. Yeah. Arrangement is key. The other thing is like, avail yourself to like non-dubstep or whatever, like songwriting arrangement videos, because a lot of the techniques are universal. You can learn dubstep techniques from like a classical arrangement analysis. Uh, clap could be a little louder, cleaner, maybe different, maybe saucier. And you have these kind of erratic hats and feel to it, but I don't know, maybe try just laying down like a little shaker or just some hats layered on that are a little more straight just to really lock in the groove. Another thing that could be nice is maybe not every bar, but every few bars you can have a bit more distinct kind of like fill at the end of the phrase or like call at the beginning or both. You know, just to really tie those phrases together and make them even more just clean and crisp. I think that could push it up. Yeah, and it's just super dry. I feel like you can push to give it a little more character in these intros and breaks, you know, like give it more personality in a way. And yeah, on like arrangement, I was just saying like what separates you from like your idols, it is not the sounds for sure. Like of course like not many people can make sounds like Tipper, but that's not what makes him great, you know. Like I'm sure you probably like made like a patch Tipper might possibly use. No, that's a joke. No, you know, it's essentially not the sounds you make, it's how you're gonna use them, you know, how you're gonna arrange them, what type of sounds can you work together in a phrase to just mesh together, you know. It's like just how good riffs, how good phrases, how good grooves can you write. Yeah, it's the evolution of storytelling, you know. And Tipper is really good at that, you know, like how does he make a sound evolve over time? You know, how does he make a phrase all the time evolve over time? You know, like I take like Eprom for an example, because I was in a lesson with someone and they were like making fat bass or whatever. And then I was like, so who's like your favorite like bigger name artist? And they were like Eprom, right? Shout out him if he's watching right now. His identity must remain anonymous. And if you look at Eprom's stuff, like his sound design isn't the craziest part, you know. I mean, especially now, like people know how to make like a harmonic bass and, you know, like kind of distorted sounds. You know, it's the fact that he does it in such avant-garde ways a lot of the time. You know, ways no other producer would because they're too scared. You know, like he got tracks with no kicks and like the craziest flow you've ever perceived. You know what I'm saying? Whatever.
Folks, if you could please take your seats, we're about to enter the wormhole. The wormhole. The wormhole.
What is going on?
Alright, folks, you're free to get up and walk around the cabin and maybe take the wormhole. The wormhole. The wormhole.
Cool track. So, what stands out to me is one sound. Like, I like your sounds, but this sound is super Feedback Friday. That wub. No, I've just never been a fan of those, like, reduxy wubs for whatever reason. That's my criticism.
The wormhole.
There's one other thing I want to say. Oh, it's that the sound effects are a little too loud in here. They're just a lot more stereo than the rest, and that kind of compounds to them being louder. And I say this about these type beats, but like, I said this about swamps as well. You know, there's the type of beats which are very like high energy the whole time. I feel like one moment of slightly lower breakish bridges energy can really go a long way for making things memorable. And also just the fact that there's like just vocal, the wormhole, repeating every other bar. I don't know about that. I had to say it. I can't ignore these vocal samples any longer. It's not in my power. Yeah, just cymbals and rise is crazy loud. I'll say that's the biggest thing. The rest is more subjective. Thank God. Big hard pan, which is evil. I'll throw in some criticism. So I didn't like the hard pan thing. I don't know. I just don't like that. It's a little gimmicky a lot of the time. That's to do really sauce. Yeah. So and just the post. I'm not a fan of some of the post processing on these basses. This just sounds super like thin. just like too much noise, not enough low mid. You know, like a lot of time thinness, it's too much high, not enough low. You know, and I mean you could hear that. Just and also like some stuff, almost the master sounds like a little multi-banded, which you don't always want. And it just sounds like heaping amount of OTT on some stuff. Not terribly, but maybe a little much. And yeah, this like clippy, growly guy is a lot louder than everything else. And I don't like post-processing it as much. It's just like too clippy, you know, too clippy, too OTT-y, you know. I would give it more like phasery mid-range. That could help it sound a little girthier. And everyone calm down, it's a whip. Calm down, calm down. There's one more thing I wanted to say. Yeah, like same with processing here. Kick's hitting a little punchier than the snare, a little more transient. I would say the kick almost has too much transient, so you can kind of decrease that and it'll be a little more even. Yeah, a lot of it is just the kind of post-processing. It's just a little too aggressive. But it's pretty slapping. It's pretty slapping. What is this Android emoji dude doing? As society, we have evolved past the need for trap snares.
Hey.
Alright, symbols are evil. I hear dudes do this and it comes off as amateur. It's when you have some stuff super wet reverb and other stuff just super dry, like no reverb, no delays, no nothing, you know, it just sounds, it ruins my immersion, dude. It's so unreal. No, you know, if you want a track to have a space feel like not like outer space, but like feel like a place, you know, feel like a vibe, reverb can be an important part of that. And if something is super dry and the other thing is super wet and they're not really placed in a way that makes sense, then it doesn't sound like a space. It sounds like you put a bunch of reverb on something. So like I would either dry stuff out a little more or like wet it all up a little more, you know, like don't leave anything on Or it's not necessarily that everything needs to have reverb on it. It's like you want to have a bridge between the dry basses and the wet other stuff, you know. So like in deep dub, you'll have like that super like dub delay snare, but then you'll have an atmospheric layer, so it's not just dub, or that'll be the only wet thing. And delay sounds better a lot of times, I've found. Maybe not on percussion though, I don't know. Just needs more phrasing as well. It's just kind of, you know, I can catch like the that's about it. I don't know. They're just not super clear phrase, you know, like you should be able to tell me like where your musical idea, like where your musical sentence is, where it starts, where it ends, and what it's saying, you know, or less what it's saying, but you know, at least where it starts and ends. You know, what's it trying to get across? You know, like, do you want it to be more flowy? You know, do you want it to have more like sound design interests, sound switching between each other? You know, automations, morphing. You know, a great way to add a nice fat period to your phrase is have like a call or a fill. You know, beginnings and ends of bars, or either or none, or. And the other thing is, like, a lot of times, like, phrases breathe, you know, and that's kind of what the call does. Even if you don't have a big blah at the beginning of every bar, you know, like, instruments have, like, a breath to them, you know. You know, you want to go, you know. And, you know, I would just... And I would honestly just simplify the drum beat. You know, I see a lot of dudes do this. They're like going so crazy on the drum beat when really most drum beats you're gonna hear are just snare on 2 and 4 and like kick on 1 and then bonus kicks if you're lucky. And that's all you need. And it sounds good and everyone knows it. It's not like, what is this voice? Okay, I'm done. No, like you would rather do a lot with a little than a little with a lot. Yoda from Star Trek actually said that. I loved. Yeah. Pretty slapping. I would however say the phrases could be a little clearer, a little less obscure nerd. Obscure nerd. As some call it. So, like, take for example here. There's like 3 different background effects going on, and they're all kind of fading in and out at different times without a clear repetition to them. And then you have this kind of white noise jumping in and out. And frequently I'm unable to my brain's thinking. I don't know if you guys knew this. I do have something going on. Yeah, I would just simplify the phrase really. Like, literally just if you take just one section from this and loop it, like, it's already going to make a lot more sense. Even if the one section isn't my favorite section ever on its own. Just by repeating, I'm going to be able to perceive the pattern more. And then when you change it, I'm going to be able to perceive it changing more versus when it's always changing and there's been no precedent set. You know, there's nothing there, you know. You know, like, I've been thinking, like, music, especially like this, it's easy to get into, like, just the realm of, like, chaos or whatever, you know. Like, let's get the craziest sound and the most left field, unhinged arrangement ever, you know. But really, like, what makes music good isn't that. I mean, unless you're, like, neurodivergent, I guess, or whatever you want to call it. But it's really, like, order, you know? Like, music is fundamentally about, like, perceiving patterns, right? And certain music is going to be more on the spectrum of pattern, very clear and structured, like classical or whatever, while other music gets more out there. But I think the beauty of it getting more out there isn't the fact that, oh, it's different, you know? It's the fact that how far can you push the envelope of pattern? You know what I mean? It's not just color outside the lines. It's like mold the lines out and shape your own new order. You know, and this kind of ties back to like artists. Like a lot of people look at artists and it's like, man, to get like them, I need their crazy, wacky sounds. You know, and you're just kind of focusing on like the chaos element of it. You know, like the thing that makes you feel weird and trippy or whatever. You know, but like, sure, that's the immediate thing that calls out to you. But in the end, like what makes these artists great isn't how these sound, like just the chaos of their sounds. It's how they're able to weave an order out of seemingly the most discordant, noisy things. You know, that's what really makes a great like experimental artist. Not just the fact, okay, I can make some crazy sounds. I like sampled my like door creaking and like put a phaser on it, you know. It's how I can use that the most musically. You know, and I feel like that's a difference between experimental bass and like noise music or just fully like avant-garde, you know. But I've talked about it. What the hell going on? Oh, the other thing that stood out is this clap is hella boofed. Alright, back to earth. The clap is too boofed. I appreciate it. I'm glad you guys like it. There's a lot of words that are like... These kind of ideas and advice is what I would like to talk about more in like videos, I guess. But it's hard like to make content around that. It's much easier to say, this is what I did, here's how I did it. It's understandable. You know, even if anyone can understand it. I'm trying to work on the communication. Yeah, and you can have different sounds to give it more phrase, you know, and just more repetition in ways, but also just more phrase you could switch the bass notes. You know, I feel like what you're dealing with is a lot like very atonal sounds in the background, along with just a tonal arp and tonal bass, you know, which means to me that you can shift it around through different chords, different harmonies, and get away with it versus like if you have a crazy harmonic bass, it's going to sound weird and out of key a lot of the time. If that makes sense. So yeah, just give it a chord progression. I think it could fit.
The last time that we battled.
And simplify the phrase. You know, you see that phrase already is as bad. You know, call response. They're playing with each other. And then they're just already like a lot more to feel in that phrase. I feel I don't have any more words to explain that, but I hope you hear how that could be a more cohesive musical sentence. Okay.
Together.
No more talking.
I couldn't read any of your moves at all. So why am I able to read your moves this time? Is it because I've become more hollow-like?
Huh?
I think it's because you've become more human.
Huh?
Is already one of us. That's not a decision for you to make.
This anime
Ichigo.
thirsty for the extra feedbacks. Little does he know,
What is
no
that
one gets
for?
extra feedbacks.
Who are you?
Even on
The power of your so-called
I would say
holification has
Vixen
increased.
stands out for this. As the
So this is how it ends. I'm still alive. Wait a minute, didn't I?
Oh, it is. This last section vibing though. I'm feeling myself. Alright, we can't say phrasing anymore. Siva loves YouTube. I don't know if I told it we can't say that anymore. I said it too much tonight. Yeah, it sounds a little too clippy, a little too high-endy. A little too OTT, I don't know. Oh, maybe you're behind. I think you're behind on the stream. Okay, so you're not in the future where phrasing, we can't say phrasing anymore. You're still. Okay, I understand. Yeah, I think it's just the kind of OTT. Like you just hear how the high end sounds just very like distorted. You know, just like too high shelved, and OTT can make that high end even yuckier. I just said phrasing too much tonight, so.
Stop, Ichigo. It's over.
Yeah, and low end could definitely be cleaner. You know, I'm noticing a lot of tracks that you have too many highs, not enough like just presence, fatness, warmth, girth in the low mids. And when you do have a ton of high end, you don't want to clip it so hard usually, because that just makes the problem worse. Worse. Yeah, and like it had me at first, you know, I thought the phrase was interesting. Of course, mixing could be a little better. Drums also a little too boofed, you know. I don't like absurdly transient drums, because then you don't like feel the kick. You just kind of hear like shouting your eardrums, not like the, you know. And yeah, but I was saying about the phrase. No, it just, I wanted more variation. It had me from the beginning, but kind of lost my interest as it essentially repeat the same thing. You know, get a distinctly different texture. You know, you have a lot of these just growly sounds. Try to get a sound that isn't so growly. Maybe one that's just more harmonic. Or one that's more gritty or saw wavy. Or high end zappy. I don't know. What the? Okay, I'm good. Yeah, and switch up the phrase similarly. I feel like that can already be a little saucier. And you wouldn't need as much variation if you just have a two-part phrase, you know, because a two-part phrase is gonna get boring slower than just a one-part phrase for being. Oh my god, that shit me away flip. So I hear it's coming already. Thank you for the blessing. Bless you as well.
Shaking ass on my thigh shit. Post me a pic, finna make me a profit. When the little hit, then the bitch get toxic. I've been lit since brunch, cash shit. Order for the food for the table, let's pop shit. Missionary or doggy style on my top shit. Pussy ass niggas hating on me from the closet. Hoes tryna call me a snake, shit I guess I can relate. Cause I spit a whole lot of venom. And since these hoes all rats, when they come around me, all I see is a whole lot of venom. I walk around the house butt naked and I stop at air mirror. Just wear my own posterior. I don't give a fuck who talk behind my back, cause the bitch knew better than to let me.
The garage. Little code. Texture. Nice. You got the crackles. You got the crackles up. That's sick, as usual. I would say one thing in the mix, like I'm getting like organic-y vibes. No, just like vibes. Vibiness from it, okay? If I'm allowed to say that. Okay. But to kind of warm up the vibe even further, I feel like you should have a little like more MIDI layers, I guess, like on the saw chords. There's just like this kind of like thinness, which almost comes off as like kind of like futuristicness. But I don't know. You could mess with that. What's a wee patch, really? I don't know. I'll mess with that so you guys can look it up. And I almost like the hats are almost too loud.
Hoes tryna call me a snake, shit I guess I can relate. Cause spit a whole lot of
Cause just that offbeat hat is so like unrelenting. It's almost too hype.
I walk around the house butt naked and I stop at air mirror. Just wear my own posterior. I don't give a fuck who talk behind my back, cause the bitch knew better than to let me. Hands on my knees, shaking ass on my thigh shit. Post me a pic, finna make me a profit. When the little hit, then the bitch get toxic. I've been lit since
But when I'm listening deeper, I'm hearing this phrase a little clearer, but could push that a little harder. You know, if you have like, I would emphasize that breath, like, you know, like just little effect, something, just to feel that extra space there. And I feel like if not, like kind of layering the you thought I was actually about to say something useful. Got tricked again. No, I double tricked you. What I was saying was, like, instead of layering the saw with lower midier layers, you can also maybe just get a little more mid-range on the bass, you know, maybe a little like saw-y squelch. Also, for my vibrators in chat, raise your hand. Raise your hand real quick. Let me get a head count. No, I've been messing with silent a lot. You might have seen me on the stream. But I feel like silent is almost like one of the vibiest sounding synths for some reason. And maybe it's just the way it sounds. I think the detune sounds immaculate on it. And I don't know, just filters. I don't know, it just sounds a little different. And also, its association with like whatever, like the 2010s era of like kawaii, future bass, vibey music or whatever people call it. You know, so I would mess with silent. Oh. I was like, what? I know the song, then I'm like, oh, micro. My vibrators in chat. Micro is such a banger. Like, just this intro alone. It's Curse of Micro.
Listen up, close, close. Close, closely. Listen, listen, listen. Close, close.
And if you were suspicious, all that shit is fictitious. I go kisses. That puts them boys on rock, and they be lining down the block just to watch what I got. So delicious. It's hot, hot. It's so delicious. I put them boys on rock. It's so delicious. They want a taste of what I got. Taste. I'm the F to the E. Can no other lady put it down like
So delicious.
my body stay vicious. I'll be up in the gym just working on my fitness. He's my witness. I put your boy on rock, and he be lining down the block just to watch what I got. So delicious.
I don't know. I don't want to say what I'm thinking. Thinking impure thoughts.
Lady put it down like
May the Lord
So delicious.
my body stay vicious. I'll be up.
Well, one thing is here, like, you kind of ignore the root when you start flipping it with your own thing. You know, you know, just kind of jumping around, and just kind of ignores the root, which is, you know, where you want to like kind of put the period of the phrase there.
Can no other lady put it down like
So delicious.
the lady put it down like
You know, I guess you kind of have the root note here, but it's like an afterthought, and that's really what you want to mess with.
it's just
Close, closely.
Yeah, it just kind of not giving me a clear enough cadence, I feel. Just ignoring the root too much, you know.
I got
What? You wait micro flip? No, that'd be crazy. I accidentally pasted instead of copying. And a thing about this, I don't know. I feel like I'm mostly giving it the pass because it's a flip of micro. I don't, you know. Like, that's what's most appealing to me, the fact I get to hear pieces of Curse and micro in it. Which is a hater take, but if I think it, I gotta say it, right? Right, guys? The voices in my head which implanted this evil thought. Giggling right now. Yes, evil. And I don't know, acapella could be used a little more musically too at points. I I'm surprised. It sounds like a lot of people in chat haven't heard Cursa Micro for some reason, and that's what it's a flip of. So look up Cursa Micro. It goes crazy. It's pretty hard. There's just some like quirky things about future bass mixing. I used to be into it. No, I secretly have a track which kind of has some future bassy vibes in it, which I'm kind of ashamed of. But if it goes hard, who am I to like blame? Okay, but so I feel like these soft stacks want to be like massive, and part of what makes it so massive. A lot of time you need like a girthy bass layer, you know, just to fill up that full spectrum of frequencies, right? If you have the saw chords and then it's just kind of like the bass is just kind of like doing just enough, that's not enough. You know what I mean? Essentially, like just like there's like a Virtual Riot video on it or something, like saw wave distorting it with noise. You know, just get a bigger, more distorted layer, and that just makes the whole saw stack sound much bigger. Like you'll notice it right there. And also just like clean EQ, plenty of higher and lower octave stacks on the saws is always welcome. I like the little bit, that's really nice. And I'm not a fan of the lead. I feel like, I don't know, it's kind of the very generic-ish timbre, which isn't always bad because like piano's a generic-ish timbre and people still put that. People still make music with that. I mean, I do, so. But what the piano has is it's a very musical instrument. There's a lot of dynamics and expressivity and textures you can explore with it. So what I'm saying is like just pitch bend it more, like pitch bend it, give it like the sync, give it like these kind of modulations to make it more dynamic, like a real like string instrument or like a guitar. You know? Also just sounds a little like OTT'd. You know I can talk. That's my job. Future bass. Another thing, like these kind of like low pass saw pads also give like I feel like this would almost go harder if there were no drums, you know, just the kind of filtering open. And I give it more riser feel because this is a fake out. And at this point, I think like, oh, is the drum? And there wasn't an indication. Another thing is because I can't shut up apparently. Like the drop, you feel like it has a ton of impact when I hit down. Just the bass curve after that. His. It's a cool track. Just subtle stuff. Like I really think the whole thing will be tied together by girthier bass, making that saw stack larger than life, and that drop extra satisfying. And yeah, like this kind of fake out section definitely needs that tension to really keep them engaged, keep it feeling fake outy. You know, you don't want them to feel like, oh, guess it's not happening. That's the worst feeling you can give them. I get it from Mio. Is that where you get your sauce from? Mio. Oh. It's almost like the. Oh, it is. The flip. I was almost expecting this pluck to go down an octave when the drop hit. And also, like, specifically offbeat pluck. Instead of, like, the deep side chain. I don't know. I love, like, I just love the kick, 4 on the floor kick with that offbeat bass. Like, it'd be addicting for real. What I almost wanted is a bit more, like, more kind of percussive feeling. You know, I really wanted to feel bamp, 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 bamp. You know, I want that super clearly, like, defined, like, transient feeling. And same with these kind of effects, you know, maybe like kind of get them all in the side chain. Yeah, no, that could kind of go crazy. If you side chain everything harder, so like everything's on that offbeat, that could be crazy. There's even deeper side chain, I guess. Yeah. And I think this pluck kind of give it what I was looking for and also help it stick out of the mix more. So you can give it a little more envelope. It's plucky, but could get even pluckier and maybe have a little less sustain. It could be more boom, 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 like really just hitting instead of boom, boom, you know, really just really tight feeling. And also you can probably give it like a little more sorted tones. Maybe I'm like hearing Res influence or something, so I'm like, oh yeah, like redux it and like distort it and like get a little more basic shapey in ways. I don't know. Could give a bit clearer player tension in this break. And then when it returns, you can have it switch up a little more to like catch people off. Now if you excuse me, I gotta like lay down the meat. No, I heard the offbeat sound and I'm like, damn, I gotta do that. So no more feedback. No more feedback ever. I just gotta do it. I just gotta do it once. There we go. We're done. We're done. Speed run. Like, I'll be here all day. Just listen to this. Yeah, I won't be here long. I feel bad. Feel bad, really. Now we're side trance. This isn't what I asked for. I did not order this. Alright, that's it. This is the best we're gonna get. Chinese TikTok music. You're right. There we go. There we go. It's perfect. Now we're like 2 steps away from like happy hardcore, and I can probably stop now. Okay. Where's that damn 909? Bring it in here. Get that guy. You know, you're like pointing at each other like, oh. Sass. Sass. This is like if you made music and wanted it to be bad. What the hell happened? No. Okay. Okay, just do it right. Just do. There we go. Okay, now it's grooving. Okay. Okay. Now we're talking. They said we weren't talking, but I think they were wrong. Just this once. All right. I get one more layer, then I'm done. No. Just put this up. Put this up. Put this up. I said. Sounds like out of key. Like just give me this. This is all I heard. This is all I heard. TikTok music for real. I just had to get it out. That's been sitting in me since like 2011, at least, probably earlier. All right, now we gotta like make all the tracks. It's probably the worst sound here. See, like, I tell you guys, like, you know what makes stuff interesting? Like filter movement, and I'll show you that. We're done. I can't do this any longer. Thank you, Meta. Thank you, Meta, for that sesh. Meta gave me permission. Like, you lay down, kick. I'm getting flashbacks. Cold feedback. Nah, play it one more time. Play it one more time. One more time for the boys. Alright, you know what it needs? No, guys, you're right. I should keep working on this and just not do feedback. I'm actually glad you said that. I was thinking... sounded good. Like, it sounded passable, but not good. As for this warning beat, though, it's about to heal me. I'm naming this song after warning, not after metal. Yeah, I don't know. Like, it was good. Oh, that sounds so unimpressed. Yeah, it was solid. I don't really have a whole lot to put on it. Yeah, for sure. Like, put that your first single. Really good, just intro and tension here. Yeah, the drops have crazy sound design and good phrases, good flow, right amount of I like the kick. Claps kind of tongue-in-cheekishly dry and trappy, which I like. Yeah, my favorite type of country. Big track here. Nice grip. And a cool left throw. I would say I almost want more on the end. You can almost just, I mean, at least like taper a little outro for the guys who, oh, I guess Meta, it's another plug. The guys who like disc jockey. Not that anyone does that anymore. It's all about like Spotify, right? And my truck and my beer, my 3 favorite. Okay. You could even go for more, like a little bridgey section to a second drop. I would be entertaining that, like really. And like if you pretty much did what you did here, like same sauce and like kind of just resauced it, like, or kind of added some new spices into the mix to like deepen the flavor profiles of your sauce. Like it'll be most savory. I don't have a lot of constructive. Like I wasted all my remaining brain power for like the next week on like that shitty TikTok type. No, what's that song? It's like, I can't even. Like, you know the TikTok song. It's like, bang, 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 bang. Through the stars. I honestly think, like, I don't know. I might be weird. Am I weird, guys? Be honest. You can be honest. No, I don't think. I don't think. No, I don't. Okay, let's just play some. I own rats. No, that's. Rats are not. TikTok trend site. The marketing repercussions. Who put everyone on this melodic dubstep beats? Hello? Is there not like a mosquito frequency piercing me through this? The waitlist is 1 week long because there's no more submissions for tonight. You're gonna have to wait till next Friday. Feedback Friday every week. Like you hear that? That really hurts me. And I think I trust you. It's just like the guys, wait, you hear that? There's this, just over the whole track, there's just this. Anyone else hear that? No, that's not what I mean, but that's my joke. Yeah, so cut that frequency, and even better than cutting that frequency, just don't do like the OTT or whatever. That's like, yeah, that's lighting the top of the air on fire. You're right. And a lot of similar feedback here as to what I gave to Quiet Fire like a few tracks ago. Like if you want thick soft stacks, you need a thick mid-bass layer under it. Oh, and what I was saying before, I just like did my really obnoxious bit where I like act dumb and then just like don't tell you what I was gonna say because I got nervous. It's like when you're dealing with like these plucky, you hear this like plucky bass. harps and stuff. I honestly think it sounds serum-y to me or whatever. I honestly think serum isn't the best if you're just gonna go through for like straight like detuned saw wavy like filtered sounds, like almost those analog style sounds. You know, like you hear that kind of detuned pluck a lot. You know, I would look into some other synths. I used to not like jerk myself off over like whatever like analog shit or whatever. But yeah, I noticed just some stuff sounds better than serum or vital for those type of sounds. Silence, go hard. Okay. And I feel like that can be a good factor. Yeah, try a different synth when you're dealing with just like simple, filtery, plucky, analog stuff. One track that's gotten bad with Frisian's real. I saw No Way Shop retweet you, Frisian. Crazy how we're about to like honestly, like the mid bass is kind of thicker on this compared to Quiet Fires, but the saws aren't a stack. They're just like we have very high octave saw, no real mid saws to give it that full girth.
Lion sound system.
Besides the tinnitus type beat sound, one of my preferred tracks for me. And you hear like at this section, it sounds like it's getting like clippy, you know. Either that or they're just a million different high frequencies kind of stacking up, which could also be making it like clip, but you know, just be careful. You know, like another thing, like I hear in a lot of your tracks, I say this every week, but he'll never learn like the eternal Dean 48, like the archetype of him. No, it's like when you have all saw-y sounds, it just really stacks up in high end, so you gotta watch out for that. And yeah, it's nice to try to get some other textures. This sounded less overtly saw-y than other stuff I've heard from you, even though it definitely still is. But yeah, it can be interesting to get other textures and just watch the high end. I'm fascinated by this image. I kind of fell off with my wisdom. Like Meta came in with the offbeat bass and I just kind of started talking. Give him the 808. Please give it to him, sir. novelty of is wearing off on me. Definitely getting a big run on this type of beat. Why is there more furries? What is going on? What have I done to summon them? Oh, I did everything. Yeah, I would say give it a break in the middle, give it a bridge, another moment of tension instead of just non-stop bass, and give it some new sounds, you know? Like, the break can already refresh things enough to get away with using the same sound, but it's pretty much using the same sound in pretty much the same way for 2 minutes or so. You know, so maybe you can, instead of bananino, you have you know what I mean? Kind of split up those different filter harmonic-y positions into their own shots, you know, so you can keep the sound but not just have it every time. Yeah, and mix-wise, like stereo width. No, you're right. I don't think this is the case about that. Yeah, I want a girthier kick and some side chain. Could up the groove. Thanks, Christy. Thanks for hanging out. And you have this really nice variation here, you know, like the phrase switch, you know, focusing more on the but I didn't really feel any of that happen towards here. Even if it did happen, I didn't feel it, so if it like tree and forest, a little work, okay. Yeah, this beginning is very dry, and it just feels a little unrelated from the rest. I would get a bit more like atmospheric sound designy stuff. And kind of like reverse reverby, like tense stuff to move it forward into here. And maybe bring back a little bit of the cowbell so it's not so like such a one-off, you know. You know, keep that sound palette present. I think it needs to be louder. Holy. Something right about the post-processing. Sounds very mid-clippy. Make more Patreon content. That'd be nice for everyone. I don't know. I said it once, say it again. Something about the post-processing isn't right. Like, it sounds like I can tell you're trying to make it loud in the way it sounds clippy, but like, it's just not loud. It's kind of like got the negative effects of loud, but not loud. And I don't know what could be causing that. I would just recheck you're not doing anything silly with the post. And I would also if I'd also just bring down the levels of some other elements if you're not able to push things louder. You know, just get things more even in loudness versus trying to just push louder things louder when it can't get any louder. Okay, whatever. There's enough people in the queue, but I just got here. I'm not accepting easily over 9,000. Console just gave me that number, that reference. Yeah, I agree. Tonight has been a pretty good night for the block. Last week I wasn't feeling it heavy. This week I'm feeling it more heavier. We entertain that. Yeah, this has also gotten very run-on. It's using the sounds in about the same way for a solid 2 minutes. Yes, I had to double check. My statement was correct. More like a minute 30 seconds at this point. I round up. Could have, just like last track, similar stuff applies. Hello? Hi! Hi! It's so great. Okay. But, yeah, give it a break in the middle or have a more distinct new phrase or a more distinct new sound. Thanks for the kind words, City Ruckus. Appreciate the submissions and kind words, all that. Just phrase this and clear. Like, if someone were to ask me how'd that track go, I might say like wham 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 wham, and that's about all I can give you because just the phrases didn't hit me super memorably, and a lot of times it's just like repetition. You know, you don't have to have wham wham but wham 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 wham. You know, like you don't. That's run on. And there's not really a clear pattern to be discerned there. You know, versus you have wham 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 wham. You know, I feel like that's derivative off what you have, but has more repetition to make it more of a phrase. And the fourth time it comes around, it will have a kind of cadence, you know, a moment of tension before resolving. You know, it's interesting because in chord progressions, you want tension resolved. Like the strongest is 5 to 1, right? But you want the same in a phrase, you know, and you can almost think the whamp whamp as almost the 5 to the whamp whamp whamp. You see what I mean? Just it's all tension release, same as whatever. The other thing is like, just instead of just like kind of over juxtaposing sounds so tight on top of each other that you can't really tell what's going on with them, like just keep it more distinct. Like what sound you want me to focus on? You know, you're throwing me like with 3 different sounds and you want me to focus on all of them. While if you have one sound, whamp 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 whamp, then you can have stuff in the middle like the boom, you know, isn't more of an afterthought for the flow. It's more of a fill effect, and something could be more of a call effect, you know, like ideally you want like one main element for people to focus on, and the rest should kind of take a back seat to that, or they should just be divided among like clear phrases. Like, okay, we have one sound for one bar, one sound for the next bar, you know, whamp whamp the whamp 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 whamp. I read it. Okay. See, honestly, a lot of the stuff I say, I already said in my videos. So watch Bunting Music on YouTube. It's me.
You got mail.
Oh. thing that's weird though, and just comes off amateurish. Okay, so words of the night, phrases, and like amateurish. Okay. But it's the fact that when you have wow, 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 you just have like this kind of scuffed like retrigger. You see, wow, wow, wow. You can hear it like starting short instead of I would like automate the LFO up, so it's wow, wow, boom, boom, boom. You know, just sounds more natural instead of wow, 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 like getting cut off. You know. Paul Ulrich. It's been like the third time I said this, bro. There's a lot of people in queue. I'm not going to count it. You can scroll up and see. But I've cut off submissions for tonight. Because there's a lot of people already. You get what I mean? Just having it re-trigger so rigidly on the LFO every time new notes hit just makes it sound stiff. Or even you can get more automation instead of wow, 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 wow. You can have wow, you know, like that could be so drippy and would have a little more automation going on. Tell me that wouldn't drip. Tell me. I'll listen. This tension feels a little run-on-y. You know, like, I don't know. Like, with the banger arrangement, it's just like kind of sound intro, sound break. You know, I understand that, but at the same time, I don't know. Just create more musical interest in the breaks more than just like one long build. Or if you're gonna have it one long build, make sure you have really interesting sound design that's tense. You know, like riser is pitching up, that's really morphing funky, or like a weird texture that's making you feel itchy for the drop. Get here. He's correcting one at a time. Yeah, and I ended up feeling samey from the build because you were just kind of doing the same things. I would have a texturally like arrangement section for the build, so it's not just using the same thing. Or you can filter out the basses you already have, so they're not the same power they are in the drop. I pass. Yeah, you're losing me. The phrase isn't bad, it's just the beat's very straight, and I've heard this sound a lot at this point. It's a common theme. And it's kind of harsh, a little harsh in the highs as well. Give it some phasery mids too as a treat for me. Oh no, you ain't. That's what I was thinking. Jelly Jock James.
Y'all ready for this?
So one thing I'll say.
Y'all ready for this?
So the drop could hit a little harder if you have the timing a little better. So it's y'all ready for this bet? Y'all ready for this bet? Blah, you know, the timing on it. You know, count like you're a band conductor or something, right? Y'all ready for this? Bam, bam, boo. It doesn't necessarily line up with that. And different kick, louder kick. I just want something a little like trappier, girthier to really like feel it pump every time it hits. And I'll distort this tone a little more, push some low end in distortion, get it saucier. And also, like, you have this insane phrase here that you don't really fulfill. You have this dan dan. That was a perfect opportunity for you to go ban dan dan, bow, 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 bow. You know, bow, 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 bow. Bow, 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 and that percussion, like that will be such a saucy line, I feel, especially with that sound. But you kind of go bam, dan, dan, and then just go back to the ding, 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 you know. He's listening. Know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. What? Get this guy out. I love the transition back to the sample. It's actually hype. The variation. That was a cool like grain delay effect too. Sidechain could be a little tighter. Longer loops on it. They're just kind of like OTT, yucky, high-end stuff stacking up at this point. Alright. This is over.
Y'all ready for this?
And honestly, this sound was a lot slappier than the one back here. This one just feels a little dull. Less yucky mids, more good mids, and more like crunchy, distorty tones. That's crazy sounding. Yeah, could maybe get some like cool, fat, like peaky filter movements on it. Even just a EQ peak moving around like into some distortion. Little notch filters, you know, give it some movement. I feel like, I don't know, like this type beat as it's going, just modulations could be nice on it. You know, you feel me? Like pain aside, the pain in my voice aside, like you can do that. And it's like that. That's the thing, right? Yeah. I don't. I'm tired of saying anything. No. Like the interest in sound design, especially bass, is it's gonna be like kind of texture, how it moves and the harmonic it's hitting, right? And like you can get a sustained bass, which kind of checks texture sometimes, you know. And the sustained bass here checks texture, you know, has a gritty texture and has a nice riff, you know, which is getting the job done, right? Like even more interesting sustained bass might have a harmonic on it instead of like bam 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 and myself bam 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 bam. You know, like those harmonic type screechy, weird, almost resonant language type sounds. Harmonics, those make it interesting, you know, versus just sustain. Also movement, right? And what filter peaks, it gives you movement and harmonics. Maybe not as distinct as like a big distorted like sine compression thing, but it's enough, you know. So I don't know. I like these sounds a lot though. It's making sense of everything. Oh, that's cool. Got a little harsh though. And you're having ba da na na, but that bass is hitting dan instead of bam bam. And I hope it'll resolve to bam because it's on like da da na, the minor third. Okay. Oh, that's cool. Just go for it. That's what I'm saying. You know, it's begging for a dun 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 on the sub. And this dun 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 dun, what's to be like a whole step down. So, bap 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 bap. Yeah, just check some key stuff. What? And why did it just get so saucy here with zero introduction? Give him his fair introduction. Now, what are they saying? Like wrestling, you know. From downtown. That's one thing they say. I know that much. And it's been 2 minutes, kind of non-stop drop. Give him a break. I like that sound. I have one of those. It's already a lot more interesting, this progression. Progressions are sauce. We've evolved past the need for non-stop root note bass music. This could have more layers in places. You only have kind of 2 melodic elements. I would say you can have at least 3 musical elements, if not pushing more. You know, because even like simpler music, like a rock band, has like 4 parts, you know? Like keys, vocals, guitar, drums, or bass, or whatever. I don't know. 5? No, or just like guitar, bass, vocals, drums. Okay, that's the right one. Yeah, like, I feel like you could just have one more kind of layer driving things. Like, for example, like you have a little harp. that would both give it a rhythmic drive and also outline the chords, which is two things that would help your arranger. You don't really have hats, like driving things. And you don't have something outlining those chords super clearly besides the bass, right? And you kind of have like bar phrases, but they're just not super strong tension and release. Like for example, in your melody you have playing, just kind of versus if you had dun 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 dun. I mean that's very different, right? But you can see how that's a stronger melody on its own. You want to listen to it more because there's tension in it. You know, dun 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 dun. It makes it. You know, as soon as the more it rises, the more you want to hear it resolve, and then it starts right over again. It's lovely. Chat frozen. I was wondering. Create tension and release. And you have like kind of like pitch bendy stuff going on in the bass, but I would pitch bend it more to like the fifths or like octaves, so good boo boo doo 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 boo. You feel that tension in those moments? And yes, like the root note stuff would also make it a little more consonant, you know, the key stuff I was talking about is more enticing. Yeah, definitely like a break in here to refresh the tension. I don't know why after that one I had to close. Okay. Give me in here. Now. Ah. Thanks for nothing, whip. Watch me whip. Watch.
How can you be so ungrateful?
One of the best tracks of the night, easily.
What the fuck?
Aren't as clean to me. Key sound, yeah. And the song's insane. It has this almost like convolution effect to it, which is just so girthy. Neurophil ruins my immersion though. Just solid. I get refreshed by this.
How can you be so ungrateful?
Damn. I feel like little like almost like sustain automating up or like in a plucky effect, so it's kind of going. You know, that kind of filter opening effect could go hard for a phrase like this. Have I told you about filters opening? Isn't that crazy? thinks I'm right. This is great news. Yeah, solid. I love this.
How can you be so ungrateful?
I love that kick and side chain too.
What the fuck?
Something I'd maybe push for is, I don't know, like the kick, snare. I guess it's the kind of hats. The hats just feel very separate from the kick and snare. They don't feel very locked in, I think, like kind of frequency wise. I don't know. Like there just feels like kind of disconnected. Yeah, and for once I actually like the layers. You got a really lush reverb on them and kind of give a little interest to it without impeding too much. Cool. Here's his remix. This is the longest Snarly track ever made. What are they like advertising here? I'm curious. It's got to be drugs, right? This is good news for me. I've been actually looking for. Top 10 loudest claps. This is easily on there. You could just tell. You could see it. You can hear it with your eyes. Yeah, I would turn that down. At least for this intro. Alright, if Miwei said that's good, you don't.
Malfunction.
Hard as fuck. Like I can see, you can see it as somewhat generic, but as hard as it goes, I don't give a fuck. Alright. So good to know Plague Doctor is wrong.
Malfunction.
This break lost me a little bit. Yeah, just not the same level of hype, I feel. Damn. That's crazy. Like Snarly has such rhythmic sauce. Miwei, Snarly, like the goats of the group among the flock, I feel. I don't know if I can get the little stinky face to a track, but just kind of pulled it at me involuntarily. Yeah, I would say like you could really amp up the tension in these builds and just interest and hype, and like you want it to come on and people to be just like, oh shit, like it's about to go down. But yeah, just like the flow on this shit and like that scree harmonic, goddamn. One more time, one more time. this track easily could have been super mid, but really, like, I just think his use of rhythm makes it outstanding. If I were to, like, say a weird ass word nobody really says. Like, it would have been so easy to just, like, not put, like, the groove pull on your MIDI and, like, have this been a feedback flop. It's more than that, but I really think the flow, the groove is what makes it. Even with its flaws. Am I? Okay, I thought it was 55, and then I followed and went to 54. I'm just seeing things again. Off the meds. Okay. More interest. I'm tired of hearing okay. Or like okay. Oh, I think this is a little interesting though. How it seemed kind of freeform, but now you're feeling the flow of it. Bam, 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 bam. You better like hit a fat bass line riff to this, because this is kind of gold for a tease. No, you set it up so well. I was really, you know, ban, down, Tell me, okay, I'm gonna say it. Tell me that doesn't go hard. Intro definitely too long, but like what you're teasing here got me feeling major like riffy tipperish vibes. But then, oh no, I spoke too soon because you did play off this riff. I just heard the sustain and I was like, whatever, you know. But I think what I was looking for is like that rhythmic groove, you know, lifting. Boom, ba ba, ba ba, ba ba. You know, instead of sustained. Even though I just didn't let the drop play. Okay, fuck. Oh, yeah, and you do go bad, Dan, but not in the same rhythm that's been teased. Okay. Like, it's teasing that so hard, it wants to womp, 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 womp so hard. Even crazier, you can, like, go full harmonic and hit the harmonics on the bass, so it's a... You get it? Major wrestling tippy vibes, you know? Like, and for that, it's just like layer a sine wave on whatever you're doing and like distort it in and jump it around harmonics. step out of the band, to be honest. Cat box. Oh, it's like the cat's out of the bag, like cat's out of the box. I get it now. It makes so much sense. Real whack. Like you don't. I mean, I like my little riff idea. Okay, I'll admit I like my riff idea a lot. But you don't have to do it. But just break it up from just nonstop. You know, like give it some space to breathe in the phrases. You know, and that doesn't necessarily mean silence, you know, because I hate silence. But I also hate not silence. So you can't win with... No, but like fills can be kind of breaths. And I don't like to say fills because then when I say fills, it just sounds like, oh, just like kind of add like cool little things like here and there. That's not what I mean. You know, it's to serve the phrase, not just to be like, oh, sick sound. Like, wow, that tickles my ears. When did I say silence is the best sound? I just didn't say that, even though like the way you phrase it makes it seems like something's like somebody said, you know. Breaking up, changing the bass line, you know. Yeah. Not just the bass line, but the whole phrase. It's just kind of non-stop. There isn't a single breath in this span. You know, like those tiny little pauses can do a lot to bring life to the phrase. Frisian up next. No submits. We are closed.
No, I won't forget what you said to me. It's always on my mind.
Rapping a little loud.
Take the time you need, make it back.
What does this remind me of? Madian.
Don't you say this love just couldn't be.
I said it. Everyone complains. This is falling down. Everyone complains about like when someone calls new track sounds like X. Like, girl, I hate that. I don't mind that much, but I'll try to avoid it.
But you do it again.
That's what I'm saying. Breath of fresh air, I agree. These comments been facts.
Never forget what you said to me. Give me what I need before you leave.
Thank you.
I know I won't forget when I watched you leave. It's always on my mind when it shouldn't be.
Pendles.
Barely holding on.
Yeah, just clap kind of loud and crazy stereo compared to everything. And it's also like Haas effect, so it's like in my left ear, it's evil. Left is the evil side. Good instinct. have mixed feelings about the chord it ends on, but that is minor. Or like, maybe did I make a joke? Is it like literally minor? I mean, it's like minor to this grand scheme of things. Something that stands out to me, so you have this bow, 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 but it goes bow, bow, bow. The second hit is louder, like maybe you have side chain. Well, that is what happens, but it just ends up kind of sticking out a little pointy. You hear it? Bow. Alright, it's major. Like, I wasn't trying to make the joke, but I saw if it was a minor chord, then it would have been funny. Actually, like with the root, if you reharm 7.
Don't ever forget what you.
And I don't know, with these vibey type beats, I'm projecting from my own music or whatever. Sharp 6-9, real. But with the vibey beats, like I feel like mid-range is especially important because, like, if you're like playing little like Rhodes chords and like piano chords, I've just noticed that, like right in that just like C3 range or whatever, is where like stuff sounds like the richest, you know, and gets across the biggest vibes I've found. So essentially, like if you really want like the mix to feel vibey, I found that like just having really like rich mid-range has been helping me with that. I said this for Mui as well, because like we're really the vibers out here. At least that's like what I'm going for. This mix is quite mid-heavy. Maybe it's the fact that they're just like highs. The highs are sparkly and SoundCloud compression. That's kind of. I mean, I feel that as much. Yeah, I hear it in like these parts. Definitely hear it with the pads here, but less here. I don't know how I would do that. Maybe I would like saturate that low bass more. Because I think that's what would be kind of be taking up real estate in the mids or layers on the saw. I don't know. I can't tell how much is SoundCloud compression anymore. Questioning my own sanity, really. I love those little like synth lines that just come in like on the end of phrase. Jamo too, he's really evolved from this one. You might know him from his famous work, Track. That's the thing. Oh, this sounds interesting. Picture's cool too. Oh. Dark. This is a sleeper. This saw doesn't sound as lovely as I like. I don't know. It's careful with the post. Less is more on analog sounds, I feel. You know I hate simple, can't you? You know I hate house. You can't. You know I hate claps. You know I hate sub bass. Mostly simple. It just got a little harshy, white noisy for the impact. And it sounds like there's some weird, like, kind of clippish stuff happening here. Like you can hear, it sounds like the compression is kind of not being generous when a lot of stuff starts to happen. Oh, bye mouse. Bye. I don't know if it's the compression because it sounds fine. Parts like this. symbol. I don't know. Kinda simple but engaging, I feel, and the vibe is locked down. Bap, bap, bap. Just the weird mix stuff puts me off at times. Or it might be like a tension effect. I don't know. Still, it's like I will love the next one. Okay. Okay. If Blake Doctor says so. That's interesting. And like the little like bleep bloop computer sounds, and also this band dan dan, very much heavy cliches, I feel. Are they inherently bad? I don't know. Can't make that judgment. Signal alarm. But let's see what he got. Let's see what he got. Alright. That tonal, that's the same. Whoa, that's funky. Airy feel. Not liking the kind of clippiness on the kick. Just want them crispy clean. The intro doesn't necessarily live up to it. This is doing a little better job. Yeah, and I don't know what the hype is behind like very sparse hi-hats or no hi-hats, because I feel like you want something just tapping that beat out, tapping that subdivision to keep the groove going and help it not sound empty. I mean, there's hats, but that's super discernible all the time. I feel like little reverb throws on stuff, maybe more stereo width, and make it sound a little less dry. And the other thing is, like, dynamically, it's like all very subdued, right? Which is a thing, but almost kind of makes it sound flat. It's like, like it's always afraid to tip the line, you know. Versus if you had one moment in there that's noticeably more aggressive and brighter, then it'll make it feel like it has more range, more depth. That's my lyrics for my Gucci Gang inspired track. Beep type beat, beep type beat, beep type boo, beep type beat, beep type beat, beep type beat, beep boo. The Calm, free DL. Oh my gosh, that's the Calm. He took a picture of it. Thank you. Hashtag Japan. Lovely. And you can inherently feel like it's held back, you know, which makes you eager to hear more. Felt quite varied, but very cohesive in that. One thing I heard though. I felt like this pre-drop could have hit even harder if it dried out a little more. It was just very you know, I didn't do it right because I had like an aneurysm. No, but like you know, dry it out for that to give it that much more contrast from the washy section before. This last variation especially gets me. I just love that shredder flow. That's awesome. Yeah, I don't really have much criticism. One of the best of the night. And the pitch bend makes it a lot more of an interesting phrase. People find. Porter Robinson. It's really him, guy. Sample sounds vibey as hell. With the rhythm, like, how's he gonna play this off? Hella big crutch. I don't know what to expect. Like, is he like noobish or like cracked and hiding it? This could be crazy. I was honestly hoping for it to break out of that, you know, because I felt like there was more like melodic harmonic content teased at here, which kind of gets played, but then it just kind of stayed the same. Very light sample. Could develop a little more, or like bring back the big crush. That's what the filter, so it opens up and develop more of it goes on. And chop it up in places, kind of like what you're doing here, but more. That's a layer. Yeah, it makes a little off. Yeah, like the rhythmic and like sound design variations are kind of doing it, but really I just want something new other than. I was thinking even at the start, you know, you know, like a bit more melodic-y rhythm take, even though I find that a little cornish sometimes. Okay. Cornish game hen. Cornish game hen. Quote from Team Fortress 2. Alright, I don't know why that occurred to me. Wait a minute, resonant. Okay. Yeah, little low fidelity on the mixing. But you don't always have to push things so aggressive. A lot of times, and I would say this, I like save clipping stuff for almost like last if you're going for loudness. I don't know. I don't have a ton of specific advice to give on like really good post-processing and mixing. Just spend a lot of time on it and yeah. Jesus Christ, turn down your clap, boy. Season. More sub, more post-processing, more hots on the space. More like cool little ringy comb stuff. A little loud. Where'd the A go? You can't just leave me hanging. Kind of funky texture on this bass. So I would say like for interest, like have this develop more, you know, have layers introduced or this kind of do kind of filter open, you know, something brightening up. And you can, instead of just straight volume automation, a lot of time I find it more interesting to just use filter automation, you know, low pass or high pass it in. And to make this pre-drop hit harder, or just the drop, I don't know, the bar count felt weird. Make sure the bar count makes sense, like 8 4-bar of stuff. And also the fact that there's not a clear like pre-drop divide, just kind of teasing, and then like the little sound, the little ooh fades out, and your other bass kind of there. You know, like have a clear like da 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 boom, you know. You know, you want that like sucking the air out of the room effect for the pre-drop to make it really hit. Submissions are cut off. And yeah, more sub on this, more post-processing on this. Little modulations. Like I think a big thing in rhythm, especially like an old school rhythm that has gotten lost to time or whatever. I don't know if you want to be a weird head or whatever. It's like there's a lot of like modulations, and those modulations are going through delays, which creates a lot of really interesting harmonic stuff. Versus this, which is just kind of the same sound every time, you know. At least give it like a little pitch movement and little comb effect, you know. What would I consider old rhythm? Stuff that sounds like Reason Maelstrom. No, I don't have any thoughts on mine. I'm not a rhythm expert. You know, but you know, like the classic old school rhythm bass. Stuff that's like zippy, it's like very comb filtery. I often forget I did make a few rhythm tutorials at the beginning. Pitch it up so it's not just gotta filter it or have a different sound or have it more subdued, or else in the drop hits it's like not the same thing, just with drums, maybe a little more flow. You know, you want stuff to get louder, have bigger frequencies, more width, more sub. The drop hits. It doesn't always mean more in the drop. Sometimes it means just less in the build. That's sad. Could you sneak us in? What? Just the tone of that is so peculiar. Oh, I should have known. It was Plague Doctor was the furry the whole time. He thought he could hide it from us. No, I don't think you have to change the basses. Just filter them for the build. Get more sub on them in the drop. Get them louder in the drop. They love it. The verifiers love it. They're actually the people that verify you, these guys specifically. We will grow. Oh my gosh, this is so poetic. It's really touching me. Don't be sorry, I appreciate the effort. It was so worthy. I'm not familiar with the source material, so I can't say how much is which. Gotta sneeze though. channel's reached 750,000 views. I say it once, I'll say it again. You know it's lovely when Miwei come in with the hug emote. Something about the section isn't cutting it that much for me. I was looking to hear, but it's kind of like it wants to build, but I'm not feeling it like close a lot. It just kind of fell off. First is like close and then like open and whoosh, whoosh. Like this is just like your branding. I feel like something I've heard in your music that I'm kind of realizing now. I feel like you focus a lot on getting a bunch of different ideas working together, which I think you do a fine job with. But a lot of time I think it's more powerful to go really deep in on one idea, you know, just one super clear, concise, effective idea, you know. Which I don't know if that makes sense or that's what I mean, but yeah, this is your simplest yet, and it shows, and I'm liking it. But like, take for example, like you had a lot of this build, and then I feel like like I just wanted the beat laid down, you know, I just wanted to get into it, and you started just getting a little wacky with fills, I feel. Which I like the first fill, but then I was like, where'd the drum beat go? Then it kind of tapered off. I don't know. I felt like you built tension for that. I don't know. It's weird. I've been in a similar process, just like simplifying a lot of stuff I do, and it resonates a lot more with me. I think a lot of it, like this section, just, I don't know. Like, it's not giving me the interest of here, but not giving me the tension of here. It's just kind of like a real limbo-y, I don't know. Which is probably like a mix out, but at the same time, I don't know. No excuse. Goo age rest. I'm fascinated by that. Geeky Boy, kind of a sleeper submitter in some fashion. Any sleeper submitters up right now? I want to feel it opening. no, it's got a bit of that. It's got a bit. A lot of mid stacking up, giving it this lack of clarity. Set it. I feel like kick is a little just aggressive with the sound and pattern. Just kind of bow, 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 bow. You know? Very wall of sound, you could break it up a little. To break through. I mean, it's just kind of like ambient, sparkly sound type beat. But I don't know, could get some more direct, melodic, harmonic, rhythmic ideas. There's also like room in like the high frequencies. I feel like you could utilize sparkly stuff. Okay, wait, I thought of a banger. Okay. I would just really give everything its own frequency range and give it its own time. You know, don't just kind of have them hit wherever they wanna. You know, you gotta get them, make them get in line. all tense with no release, even though I felt like it kind of wanted to just like lay down the beat for a bit. And then this part is kind of lacking just a hair of tension pushing forward. Really good song. brainstorming ideas here, and weird use of tension. I don't know. It's funky. That's a vibe I don't really hear much. Yeah, so like really, it's weird because like you say you don't know what you're doing, and I believe you. No, that's awful. But like, I don't often hear this with like amateur guys that they have like too much tension, you know? Usually it's like they have no tension or something. You know, what I would do, I mean, maybe you're going for just nonstop tension, but literally just like give it a moment without rising and without switching up and without like getting mental drums. And the other thing is like the kicks make it feel like it's rising, you know, like the kicks, it sounds like a kick and like clap layered on every beat, which, you know, like usually we have like the 2 and 4, you know, boot cat, or just kick only boot, 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 right? And in addition to that, you don't really have a solid bass like laid down. I'm not talking like dubstep bass. You don't need a dubstep bass, but like, and you notice here, you're like going crazy with the bass plucks all over the place. Versus if you just lay down a root note and a simple chord progression in the bass to just provide a ground, you know, that tension is relieved and it can sound more like a chorus or a drop, you know, versus keeping it all so tense and jumpy and up in the air, you know, like just get a progression, get your melody for the progression, write a drum beat that doesn't sound so tense and give that its own section to give satisfaction from all the tension you've created. Why would I want to sign up right now? Oh, we got the lo-fi samples. It's kind of vibes though.
Mac, this motherfucker crazy.
Vocal out of key. Goddamn. Goddamn it. Out of key vocal killing my whole vibe. Like the beat isn't bad. I don't know. Take your key. Use your scale features. Use your tuner plugin. Identify the intervals. It's worth it, I assure you.
Forget everything that seems real. Just trust. Believe.
That violin riser was kind of cool. Essentially repeats, but if you're just going for a beat, I would give it clear verse chorusy sections, you know, think about where people would want to sit on the beat. You know, because right now you just have 2 sections. You have just an atmosphere section and everything else. You know, you can split this up. You have like 5 layers going on. You can split that into like 3 different sections from just arranging the layers differently in different places, different amounts, different intensities. yeah. Yeah, that's what I meant to say. Like, beat isn't bad, just off-key vocal just grates the ears. Chipset. But it's like cooler, it's a cooler chipset. Is this the new wave for like people with V's in their names? I think I'm gonna have to invest early. Nice tension. Get me out of here. Get me out of here. Get me out of here. Cool. I would give that downbeat a little more weight when it comes in, like kind of cut out stuff for that and then give the response. You have like little tinkly boys, but I mean it's not cutting off for the call, so it doesn't seem as phrased. And just that kind of response, just that emptiness with the tinklies doesn't really have any phrase to it, you know. There's nothing. It's not really saying anything clear to respond to the bland. It's saying something, but it's not really repetitively phrased enough to understand it. You know, you got to create a musical language. If we haven't agreed on what word means what through sheer repetition, you would not be able to understand me right now. And your listener does not speak your language. You have to explain it to them musically. Introduce it to them word by word, letter by letter. Don't let the listener make any assumptions. Like, communicate it to them, bring it to them. Don't make them have to decipher. This doesn't mean you can't have depth. The main idea should be clear. I'm done talking over this beat, like slam poetry style or something. I don't even know. This is nice. Solid. I like that they had very two distinct sections with two different vibes. That was lovely. And it had just, yeah, good tension. I would say that just the drops don't feel very foggy vibe with the reverb vocal you rate. They just don't feel very like aggressive. You're hitting a lot of like higher sub notes, not always laying it down in those low zero frequencies. Like F0 octaves range. And the fact that you just kind of have everything layered at once versus you can work more sounds in and get a more complex, interesting phrase by, you know, cutting things off, giving things their own sections, like call responses. Except don't feel limited by that. I don't want to be like, okay, first bar call, next response, you know, because that's lame. That's how. the other thing is you can probably work in some more sounds besides the kind of filtered saw wave. That could do a lot for you. And you could probably just have one more idea. You have you have the drums, the bass line, and the vocal. You could probably have like a driving melody, a counter melody to the vocal. Or you can kind of do that through more complexity in the bass line, through more sounds, you know. Stuff like that. Okay, last one. Bass house thingy. This better be the houseiest bass I've ever heard, or I'm getting a refund for all this. Here's the tension. We're just are we like teasing it? I felt like that would have been a weird bar to bring it in at, but the way you switch it up kind of made it work. It's actually kind of solid. You had to ruin it with the impact at the end, had you? Okay, I'll be honest. Like, I wasn't paying attention to the first half, so I didn't realize it was pretty much the same thing twice. So on that note, variation. I was too busy thinking about the logo. This really is thought-provoking to me. It just has clean drum groove, I mean. What? Okay, yeah, that's it. Drum groove. Yeah, this transition now could be a little cleaner, a little more impacty. The bar counts feel a little weird, but you kind of got away with it. You can kind of get a little bit of that progression to vary things up. Also, it could be nice to have a little harmonic. A second drop, it goes. You get little just harmonic bass layer. Or maybe you can do the funny thing and like to have a offbeat drop. These are all ideas. Are they good? I don't know. They're ideas. They don't have to be good. No, they have to be actually. Also, what I like in like housey beats, like a lot of people, they just lay down the 909 hat on the offbeat and they're done. Hands off. Don't touch it. It's hot. It's But I feel like what really improves it, and you saw that in my little offbeat 4 on the floor track, it's not just the offbeat hat, it's like the syncopation and like the quicker, tinkier, you know, layers. Yeah. So more syncopated grooves. Yeah. This is the last track for tonight. You're right. That's a really astute observation. No, I didn't mean it like that. That's it. Flock flip tomorrow though, so if you wanna like, if like I roast you too bad on feedback and you wanna seek vengeance, you can show me up by proving your skills in the flock flip. Or you can double flop, which would be really tragic, but good character development. Okay. This is every Friday, same time, 10:30 p.m. every Friday. Every event is 10:30 p.m. Flock flip tomorrow, 10:30 p.m. Incredible feedback night. No, it was honestly pretty solid. Like last week, I was like, feedback kind of fell. But today, yeah, there was a lot of solid tracks that I actually like enjoyed. I didn't just sit through. I had some I gained pleasure from. A bit of serotonin, maybe some dopamine. Willing to entertain that. But yeah, if you thought like my feedback was especially like fuego tonight and my tutorials are so hot and sexy, you can tell me that at buntingmusic.com by like downloading from free sample packs and supporting me through there. You can also get a lesson if you're like a lesson guy and really want to talk to me one-on-one about why OTT is bad or something. Okay. That's it. You can rewatch the stream in the description too. Everything you need is in the description always. So you best read it. Most people don't. This is scientific fact. And what most people also don't do is say goodnight Bunting in chat because I'm out. Good night Streaks and Recents. Good night.